Hi, so let's start. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tamás Kökény, but everybody calls me Tojás, so please, you also should do that. I'm one of the founders of GreenFox Academy, and I'm also a mentor. So today I'm gonna talk you about basics of HTML and CSS. But actually not that basics, because you already have covered quite a few different details with Aze on Monday about basics of HTML and CSS. So we dig deeper into this web development realm today. And actually we will learn way more about how to create more complex websites and not just the simple ones that you have created yesterday. So first, let's talk about what exactly we're gonna do today. The main idea today is to create a web page, and that basic web page will be this one. Actually, this is created by one of our other mentors. So we would like to recreate this website, this mock website or something like that our other mentors created today. And during when we're gonna create this website, we will cover quite a few different topics that haven't came up yet. Some more nuanced things, how to do stuff in CSS and HTML. For example, you haven't used links before, and also you haven't done images, so you can see there are images in this website, and also as you can see there are boxes next to each other, so we haven't had something like that before. So after this presentation you will be able to recreate something like this, and it's the same kind of format that it was in Monday, so you don't have to follow these instructions, so you don't have to create everything as well as I am, but rather just pay attention and try to observe all this knowledge, because tomorrow you will have the space to try all this new knowledge, and actually you will get exercises to create your own web pages. So let's move into my development environment. Today we will use CodePen, as actually you have already used, so don't be afraid, it's the exact same type of tools as have you used before. So let's check this website, and let's start to think about what are the small details in this website and how to recreate the parts of this website. So as you can see, there is a title, there are these boxes next to each other, and also here is a small form. This form is containing buttons and also an input element. As you can see, there is a exit button here, also some checklist or checkbox items, and also a link. And as you can see, there is a big question mark button at the bottom, and it's not just a question mark button there, but it's something that it's on the corner always. We'll get back to that on further details. So at first I think I would start with this form element, because that's something that you have already covered on Monday. So that's gonna be something that's easy to start with, and also just to try to remember all the things that you have already covered. So what's in this form? In this form, as you can see, there is a title, and also there are some text, and also these form elements. So let's start with creating the form. As you remember, for that we need to use the form element, and in that form element I will be able to place my title. So this is the main title of the page. So I guess this is gonna be a heading that's not, it's less important. So for that, as you already used, we're gonna use a less important heading element. In this case, it could be a heading 2. And to have really something there, let's say that's the newsletter. Awesome. So I do see that text coming up on my screen. So actually it's something that works. So actually don't be afraid if you you don't have to copy everything. You can find my CodePen, the link for this CodePen on the description of the video. So if you click on it, I will save it many times. You can even check the code there, and also on tomorrow's workshop you will be able to use these code samples as well. So let's check what are the simple differences on this text. As you can see, it has a different color. So it's here it's something, it's black, but here it's something, it's not that black, it's something like a grayish color, and also it has a different font. Actually, we have used fonts before, so let's remember how we did that. We're gonna use Google Fonts again. Google Fonts. Usually I just search for Google Fonts and the first result is fonts.google.com. And actually this font is the Open Sans font. Yeah, this is it. And if you remember, what do we need to do to really use this font in our CodePen example is to say we would like to use, let's check like what kinds of, so we do have a more bold type, and also we have a less bold type. So I will check the normal type, and also I will check the bold type. And let's check if we have italic. No, we don't have italic, so that's gonna be enough. And we can click on the embed code, and for that we need to copy this one to add it to our HTML. I just need to say copy paste it here, but that's something that you have already done. To really make sure that works, let's use this font family as well. So let's say in our H2, this is the font family. Awesome. But actually it's not just the H2 element that has this font. It's if you check it, it's the main title, and also every text on the page has this font. So to achieve this, to give you the idea, so let's add this paragraph as well. I will copy paste the text from it, so I will add this paragraph. Not twice, but only once. So as you can see, this is already in this Open Sans font, but this is still Times New Roman, so it's not that Open Sans font yet. It would be really nice if I could say it's not just the H2, but rather everything on my page is using this font. To achieve that, I will be able to say I'm not gonna specify this font of the H2 element, but rather I'm gonna specify for the body element. If I say that, as you can see, it already changed the font for the paragraph as well. What's happening here? Let's talk about this one a bit. So you already learned about this topic that you can specify specific properties on CSS, on elements with CSS. But if some properties and these properties are, for example, the font family and also the color of the font are inherited. What do I mean about this one? So actually, when I'm specifying this HTML, it's not the whole HTML. Actually, now I'm just specifying a part of it. The whole HTML structure has more HTML elements. Actually, everything that you can see here, this form element, this H2, this P, and so on and so forth, is in a body element. It's not here because of clarity, so it's easier to see. This is just the most important part of our code. But actually, when we are creating real web pages, we are not just bound to writing this important elements, but rather we have to create the whole HTML structure. To show you that, I would like to show you this tool. Maybe you already talked about it, I don't know, but let's check it. In Google Chrome, if you click with the right button, the last menu point is inspect, or in your native language, but something similar to inspect. If you click on it, then a new bar gonna open in your browser, maybe here or maybe with a different view. So from down here, actually it's just a setting how you like it. So let's talk about how does this work. So actually it shows the whole HTML structure. Maybe it's a bit small for you, so let's move into it a bit and let's close this one. Actually, as you can see, this is the whole HTML structure that's here in this page. Actually, there are other HTML structures because this web page is a web page that contains a web page. So now we are just talking about this inner web page. And as you can see, there at the really beginning, there is an HTML element. In that there is a head and a body element, and then you can find all these elements that we have created: the form, the H2, the P, and so on and so forth. Actually, this is a really useful tool because, as you can see, if I'm just hovering these, I can see like which elements is rendering where, and also I can even try things and check the CSS on it. So for example, if I click on this body, you can see this specified CSS as well. Even I can say I don't want to have that CSS now. It's not something that's saved, so if you refresh the page, it's not going to be saved. And also you can right away try stuff, so you can rewrite it in a way like, say, hello, and that's it. And you can close it and you just actually alter the page. But actually, if I refresh it, it's gonna move back to the same thing. So it's not really saving all these, it's just really playing with it. To really show you that's how useful it is, you can be a hacker with it. Let's move to the BBC's website. And in the same way, I'm able to say inspect that, and I'm able to say, oh, that's an A tag there, and actually it has these tags there. Even here I'm able to say Toyash is the best ever, and if I close it, actually, and I just rewrite the page, it's just rewritten for me, so it's not something that's really published to the BBC website. But if I create a screenshot of this page and I send it to my parents, I can see I was on the front page of the BBC. So here you go, you are already hackers and you are able to use this knowledge. I hope you like it. So As you can see, I specified this property for the body. So the body has this font family, but the font family is something that's inherited to all the elements containing in the body. So in the body we have the form, and in that we have the h2 and the p tag, and all of these are having this font family as well, because that's something that's inherited. But not all the properties are. For example, if you set a margin or a padding or anything like that, that's something that's not going to be inherited. So some properties are inherited. Most of the properties that are inherited are the font related things. So font size, color, and also if something is bold or underlined or the font family, all of these are inherited properties. But most of the others, I would say all the others, are not inherited. So the width and the length and the background color or anything like that, these are not inherited. Okay, so let's move forward, and let's also specify the color for this form. So if I'm aware, you already talked a bit about classes and IDs, but let's recap this thing, and maybe you haven't, so let's talk about in more details. So with each of the elements, you can specify these elements. So for example, in this case, I would be able to say, let's change the color of the form. So I will be able to say the font color for this form is, let's say in this case, use a gray color. I think this is something that's gonna be gray. Maybe it's gonna be, and yeah, I misspelled form there. Yeah, it works. So it is already, I think it's the same gray. I'm happy about it. So here you can see that I specified the color, but maybe I will have other forms in this web page, and maybe I would like to have use different colors for these forms. So as you can see, it's not the same color here. It's more black and it's more gray. So maybe the other form is gonna be using different colors. For that, I'm able to specify something that I would like to say to this certain form, I would like to use different formats. So let's talk about this one. On any of the elements, you will be able to specify so-called attributes. What do I mean by attribute? You already learned about these HTML elements, but in these HTML elements, on the opening tag, you will be able to specify attributes. On the opening tag, you first start with the name of the element. Then after a space, you will be able to specify attributes. In this case, I'm able to say, let's add an attribute called a class. The class, it's a built-in attribute that you are able to use to any HTML element. And on this class, I will be able to say, let's say this is our newsletter form. So in this case, I'm able to reference this to really show you this one. So I'm gonna say, let's create another form as well. And I will specify some text. It's just something random gibberish there to really show you that's there. So now this selector is selecting both forms. But if I say here, rather than the form, I can say newsletter form. Then this one is black and this one is gray. Maybe it's not something that's really visible. So I'm able to say, rather than that, let's say red. I just commented this one. Now this is red, this is not. To specify a class in CSS, you have to use this dot notation. So dot and the name of it, that's gonna be something it means to the CSS that's a class. And with classes, you're able to say you are able to add this class to any other element as well. So any numbers of elements can have the same class. So I'll be able to say this one letter form, then both of these should be red. Yeah, and it did happen. The other tool that you're able to use is so-called the ID. For that, I'm not going to specify a class, but rather I'm going to specify an ID. And for that, here it's not the dot, but rather the hash mark. So actually, hashtag newsletter form. Then you are specifying that you are referencing this element. The class is something that can belong to many elements. The ID only can belong to a single element. And by single element, I really mean only one element in the whole page. So you are unable to reuse IDs. It's really just for a single element. And actually, because of this, we are prone, in most of the cases, we're not using IDs, because even if you think that's the only space when you will have that single element, on the long run you can figure out, oh yes, but I need a copy of that somewhere else. So because of that, we are rarely using IDs. In most of the cases, we're gonna use classes for this one. So let's move back to this, that I'm gonna say class and not red, but the color that I wanted to specify. Awesome. Cool. And also let's talk about a thing called specificity. It sounds scary, but actually it's a really nice thing in CSS. Specificity means that because of IDs and because of classes and because of the element names, you are able to specify or select an element different ways on your CSS. So in the CSS, I'm able to say this form color should be red. And as you can see now, it's not red. It's still this color. But actually, as you can see, the other is red. But the first one is not red. And why it isn't red, what's happening there, it's because of specificity. This whole idea of specificity is happening like, so what's really happening there? Some CSS selectors, so the things here, are more important than the others. And how is it going? If you have a class in that selector, then it's more important than a form, than an element selector. So this is an element selector. So this is for all the forms, and this is for all the things that has this class. And also, if you have an ID, the ID is more important than the class. So specificity means that first comes the text selectors, so the name of the element, then classes, then IDs. The IDs are the most important ones. So if there are multiple rows or multiple properties belonging to a certain element, then the things that are specified in a more important selector gonna apply to that. To really show you this one, it's also something that you can check with this tool. Actually, this tool is called the Google Chrome Developer Tools, and if you are a web developer, that's basically your best friend. So it helps a lot. And let's check this one. And as you can see, both these selectors, so both form and both newsletter form class is selecting this one, but this one is more important, and because of that, this is crossed out. So for example, if I say I'm not going to use this one, then this is still on, so it's not something that it haven't applied there, but rather this one was more important there. So this is how Google Chrome gonna show you that specificity is working, but this is crossed out because this one is more important. Awesome. Let's talk a bit more about this CSS thing, and let's talk about these selectors. So now we are able to select elements by type, so I'm able to say all the forms, all the body, all the p tags, anything like that. Also we are able to say all the classes that has all the elements that has this class, or that single element that has this ID. But we are not only able to do something like this, but rather we are able to create more complicated elements as well, or not just elements, but rather sorry, so not elements, but CSS selectors. For example, we are able to say we would like to select something from something. Let's jump into this one. I'm gonna delete this form because we already covered this one, and I'm gonna rename this to P. As you can see now, P is specified as red, so that paragraph is said it's red. That paragraph is inside that form, so when I haven't specified it to red, it was the same gray. It was gray because of inheritance, so the P inherited the color of the form. But if I specify it specifically here that P has the color red, then it was more important. So even in this specificity range, inheritance the first one, then it's more important if you specify it specifically that's a P there. If I create a P here and say hello, that's after my whole form. Now both of these are red. But what happens if I want to specify, I'm talking about this P and not this one. One idea would be to add the class to it, because I could say, okay, let's specify the class of it. But it's not the only way to do that. There are other ways to achieve this, and the way to achieve that is not that hard actually. How we are able to do that? We are able to say that every P inside of this class, so inside of every element that has this class, the newsletter form, every P that's inside that, let's do that. How is it going? If I say newsletter form space P, then not all of them are red, but just the first one. The space is an so-called an operation or an operator in CSS. The space has a meaning. The space means that it's inside of that. So this whole selector, it means we are selecting all the P's that are inside elements that has this tag, that has this class newsletter form. So this is how you use this idea that you are able to say something inside something, and the specificity is still happening. So for example, if I say everything, every P that's inside the form should have a color blue, that's less important than something specified with a class is inside P. So it's really about specifying quite a few things. So it's you can have more specified things with this one. So specificity still works if something inside of that, and even it counts the things. So actually it's about how many classes and how many proper element names and how many IDs are in this whole selector. Based on that, it's gonna show you okay, with so if it's more than, then you're gonna this is more important to really show you that. Let's check it in this one. As you can see, this is also specified, but it's not blue. If I say I'm not going to use that, then that's happening. Awesome. So let's see, because we already covered quite a few ideas. One was the inheritance, one was the specificity, and also how you're able to specify something inside something. Actually, this fancy word for that is the descendant selector. By that we mean the P is the descendant, so it's kind of like the child element of the form or for this class. So this is the descendant selector. So let's see if you asked any questions on the chat. Actually, that's why I'm looking down here many times, because I have my phone in the chat there. Okay. There is a typo in receive. How nice. Receive. I'm so glad that you were able to spot things like this. I'm really dyslexic and dysgraphic, so I'm not gonna spot this. I hope you like people struggling with grammar. Do you have any questions? Can you repeat the child father? I don't know what you mean about that question. We can go on. Awesome, then let's go on. Then let's try to recreate this thing, but actually before we go on, if you search for Star Wars CSS specificity, then there is a really cool infographics showing you how these are working. Maybe this one is better. So it's on Pinterest. Where else? Everything is on Pinterest. The specificity wars. So actually we can represent, for example, the element selector with stormtroopers, with the classes with this Darth Maul figure. So for example, in this case, this is less specified than this one, so it has less specificity, because this is what is this? It's all the A tags between inside P tags. So this is more specified than this one. This is more specified, so if you have any class in your code, then it means it's more specified. And if you have more and more classes, it's gonna mean it has more and more power. Also, IDs are way more powerful, and the inline style is the most powerful, but actually it's I'm even not gonna mention it because it's really the dark side. You shouldn't use that because if you are unable to over specify something, that's not good, because it's gonna remain the same way all the time, and it's not that good. And also there is a thing called important, that's the Death Star there. That's also something that we're not gonna cover because that's evil stuff. Don't use it. Okay, so one more thing I haven't mentioned. So the space means inside or descendant. but also you are able to specify something really nice. For example, let's say I have something like, okay, let's remove the unnecessary things from here. So let's say I have a class blue and I have a class here. Nice. If I say blue should have a color blue, then I hope it's blue. Awesome. But let's say if it's not just blue, but it also a P or also an H2, I would like to use a different blue. For example, let's say with I like this blue with or H2, but with the P tags, I would like to use a different blue. You're also able to specify something for an element like it has a class and it also has a type. How you're able to specify that? You always have to start with the type. So this is a P, and then without a space, you just say, and it's blue as well. So dot blue because it's a class. We can say for the color, let's use a light blue. Blue. Then as you can see now it's a light blue color. So this is the element selector. It means it's a P that's also blue. And why isn't it working if I put a space there? Because that means all the elements with inside a P tag that has the blue class. And all together it means that's all the P elements with the class blue. And you always have to start with the name because actually this separator there is the dot. So if you start with blue and P, then it's unable to say when is it just the class and also the name of the element or type of the element. So you always start like this. And also you're able to specify more classes. So say light, then it means all the elements that has blue class and light class and also the P. For specifying that, to show you, I'm also able to say here light. Then it should work. Yes, it does work. Awesome. So let's move forward and build our awesome web page. As you can see, what are the differences? Let's add all the elements of this one. We have the heading. We have the paragraph. Let's add these two. Oops. Let's move back. Let's have this button as well. So let's create that input element. Input that has a text type. Also after that we have a subscribe button. That's also an input element with the type subscribe, not subscribe, sorry, submit. Yay! And the value of it is subscribe, and I think with a capital S. Awesome. Also, I have these other inputs here. Let's say I have the checkbox input type box, not box but rather box. Yay! And also I have the accept all the terms and conditions text there. Actually, if you specify some text for that, this is really just a label for this input. So there is an element for that. That's called the label element. Label. That's how we call it. And even I'm gonna move it to there is a question: why is blue class is more important than the newsletter form? It's not more important. When I said blue here, it's a really good question because it underlines a topic that we really need to understand. So if I say, let's finish this label. That's what I was talking about. I'm not good with grammar and characters. I hope I'm good with CSS and HTML. So if I say the color is blue, then you would think, oh, it just became blue. Why is it more? So in this case, you would see, oh, but it just became blue. But why is this one is more important than this one? Because let's jump into the HTML. The form element has this clause, the newsletter form, and the H2 and the P has this clause blue. If I specifically see the color of the H2 element, it inherits the color from the form element, the newsletter form element, this gray one, and it also, we specify that this class has that color. The inherited color is less important than the specified color, but not the blue class is more important than the newsletter form. So because of the newsletter form is not for the H2 and the P, but rather this is for the father or the parent. Sorry for that, was totally sexist. This is not a father, this is a parent. So it's a parent element of it, and it's specified for the parent. So that color is just inherited for that thing, and for that thing, it's less important than the class. Also, so it's not because of the order. It doesn't matter if you have the exact same specificity. So for example, if I say, I just say again blue here and say color green, this is something that I wouldn't do in code. Okay, with green it's okay because it's a nice color, but we shouldn't do something like this in the code because it's really misguiding. So yes, if you have the same specificity with two selectors, then the later one is more important. But that's again something that we shouldn't use. We should be able to really specify different specificities with our selectors. So it wasn't because of the order, it was because of inheritance. I'm really glad that you asked this question. Okay, why did you use the input for subscribe button rather than the button? I didn't know if you use the button or the input submit. Both things are for the same. Okay, there is a simple difference. If you have multiple buttons in a form, then you would use buttons. And if you have a single one and it's just one button that does something, then you would use the submit, because that's the main button of it. I hope it's more clear now. Awesome. I'm really glad that you asked these questions. It really helps me to go into details, and that's really something that it's more important that you understand this. Then we are finishing with this project now. So because we're gonna cover all the little details that are more important, but it's less important that we have this amazing look here. So don't stop asking questions. That's the best if you ask questions. Awesome. Then let's remove all these gibberish blue thingies. Green is way better color than this blue. So yes, we don't care about blues. So let's move back into labels. I'm able to specify a label here. What was the label? I accept the terms and conditions. I accept the terms and conditions. I don't know why I haven't copy pasted it, and never mind. So and also, as you can see, this is a link, and it links to I'm gonna open it a new tab, to the example.com. Actually, the example.com, it's something that you can use always. It's also the actually the example.com is less standard. If you really just showing an example, you can use the example.org. The example.org, and actually the com as well, it's really just created for examples. So all if you really just want to have a domain that you're just linking somewhere, you're able to use this example.org. It just really says it's an example domain. So it's a link for that. Let's create this as a link. So there we are able to say it's an inside an A tag. The A is the element for the links. So it's the element for the links. Why it isn't called the link? Because when actually Tim Berners-Lee, who invented the HTML in the 90s, actually end of the 80s, he haven't used the link idea, but rather he thought it's an anchor. So it's A because he called it anchor. But somehow it became in the common language as a link. But actually in HTML, link means something else. That's when you connect your CSS with your HTML. So if you want to be totally specific about your code, then you should call it link rather than, or you should call it anchor rather than link. So you just say, please pass me that anchor for your Facebook profile, something like that. How badass is that? Never mind. So href, that's a property or attribute only for link elements or anchor elements. And that's where you're able to specify, if you click on it, where should it lead? We are able to say http example.org. Okay, so if I click it, then click it, I clicked it, come on, please work. If I open it in a new tab, then it does. I don't know why is it. Maybe it's intentionally blocked that I shouldn't move for other pages. So, all right, let's move back into anchors. Actually, with anchors, you are able to do quite a few different things. As you can see, that's something that we already visited. So we visited the example.org already. For example, if I rename it to example2, then it's blue again, but the visited links has different colors. And to show you that, I'm able to change the colors of links, and actually I would like to use a different color for it. Even here it's using this color, but I think it would be way nicer if we are using the green fox color for that as well. So let's use the green fox color, and I guess all of you are knowing the hex code for the green fox color. Of course, it's A and C and B and 8 and 7 and 8 as the green fox color. As usually, you know, this is the color of green fox. So now this is green, but I'm just specified all the colors of it. So now if I click it and anything like that, even if I open it in a new window, it's still not changing the color. I'm able to specify a different color. For example, I'm able to say the color it should be red, but I can say only when is it visited. There is a thing called the pseudo selector or pseudo class. The pseudo class means that it's not really a class on an element, but it's rather a behavior or a state of an element. In this case, the state of the element, it's a visited link. And the pseudo classes are not starting with dot, but rather is started with colon. So 2 dots. That's called the colon. And if you say visited after that, it means if the link is visited, then it should be red. To show you, if I change it to example 4, that's not a visited link, so it's gonna be the default color. But if I visit it, so I open it in a new tab and check it, it's something that we can, and because I think it's not a real thing, then because of that it's not gonna be visited ever. But if it's really visited, so for example in the case of example.org, then yeah, and you can check my browser history. This way you can write in the comments which web pages I should check if I visited or not. How nice. Never mind. So also we can have different ones. Also we can say the active. The active means that's it's only should be read when it's the active link. The active link if it's the link where we are. So if you specify the link of the current thing, then it's gonna be read. For example, when you have a menu, and if you would like to see that's the menu point I'm in, then you can say the active menu, so the active link should be that color. This is the way to do it. Also, you can have, but both visited and active are just for anchor tags. But with other things, you can have different, with any other element, there is another pseudo class called hover. Let's check that. Actually, you can specify, it's the same with pseudo classes. I'm able to specify without the element or with it. So I'm able to say hover. Then it means anything that hovered. If I say a hover, then any anchor tag that's hovered. Let's say now anything that hovered, and I can say the color should be purple. And if I hover the text here, then it's purple, and it's also purple. How nice. So you can change colors with hover as well. That's a really, really awesome feature. Let's check if we have any color change here. Not really. Awesome. Is there any more questions? What's this hover? What's this cover? What's this hover? I don't know. Is it a joke? I guess a joke because it's a smiley there. Never mind. I would like to show you one last thing with labels. Then we will have then we move to different topics, but before that we will have a break. So one last thing, and also I will answer some more questions. So one last thing is this label thingy. This label here, it's really just describing this checkbox here. So actually, if you have an ID on your checkbox, let's call it terms and conditions, so TAC. On the label, you are able to say for TAC. If you specify on, yes, it works. So if you specify that this label is for that input element, if you click the label as well, it's gonna check it because it belongs to that element. It's a really nice feature, and it's really important actually if you build forms. So that's something that's really useful. So if you specify labels, you should specify the for as well. And actually that's one of the places where you should use IDs and never elsewhere. So IDs are really useful here, but please don't use IDs in your CSS because that's not something useful, because it's hard to overspecify. Okay, let's check your questions. How can you know which are the options for pseudo selectors? So what are the pseudo selectors? Actually, it's a nice question, but we already talked about this. What's our Bible? Our web development Bible is MDN, Mozilla Developer Network. So if I say how to search for this knowledge, if you have problems with anything, you just search for MDN space and your specific thing, pseudo classes. And as you can see, that's something that I visited. And here you can find all the existing pseudo classes. As you can see, there are a great amount of pseudo classes, and quite a few of these are really advanced pseudo classes. Also, all of these that are having these icons there, it means these are experimental, so these are not yet standard classes, but all the others you can use. There are many awesome classes. For example, the empty means if that element doesn't have any children element inside. Also, there are a great amount of really awesome other classes. You can check these out. If it's too much, yeah, welcome to web development. On the long run, you will understand most of them, but you're just gonna use 10% of it. So day by day, I'm only using 10% of it. Awesome. Can we check the deleted thing later? Oh, it's a good question. Not in the code, but in the video, yes. So you will be able to get back there in the video. Sorry about it. Let's check the other. What is TAC? It's just the abbreviation for terms and conditions. TAC, terms and conditions. Why do not we use the for attribute to refer the label tag? We should use it. For is awesome. So why the label has the for and why didn't the input? I think it's because you can have multiple labels for a single input. And that's how you're able to use that. In the other way, it wasn't. What is THC? I never heard of that. Awesome. Oh, check my battery. Yes, really nice. Okay, no more questions. If we can use abbreviations, will it work in other functions as well? No, don't use abbreviations. I just didn't want to go. I just have a really small place here. In most of the cases, don't use abbreviations. It's way better if you use longer words. I'm just only using short ones. Okay, then let's have a break. I already talked to you for an hour. So from now, 10 minutes break. So till end, yeah, so from 4:10, I'm gonna continue. So see you in 10 minutes. Have fun. So let's continue. There were some really awesome questions. For example, we see you. I'm so glad that you can see me. That was on purpose. It was conscious. So, for example, there is a question how to open a page when you click on a link, default on another tab. That's achievable with another attribute. The attribute for that is called the target attribute. And to achieve that, if you click on it, it's gonna be opening in a new tab. That's underscore and blank. Let's try that. If I click it, now it by default opens it in a new tab. Really nice question. Also, there was some question regarding yeah, that was that. Oh, what was the other nice question? I have so short memory. Yeah, the shorthands for in CSS. We're gonna talk about shorthands really soon. Awesome. So there were another question. My question is, why do we have to give a label for the TAC? Because there is already a label which is in text. Yes, that's where we said we already have a label, but if I'm not saying this one, then if I click on this, it's not gonna select this button or checkbox. If I specifically say this label is for that ID, the TAC, then if I click on it, it's already a label for this one as well. So it's a feature of it. Yeah, such a short memory. Frozen here. I hope I'm not frozen for others. Okay. Where can we get colors? I think in a Word and also online. Colors. Use Google. That's your friend. These are colors. Let's check these. How nice. These colors. Never mind. So, okay. And let's continue. Let's really build this form. For that, what else is missing? That little X is missing, but we will add that later. So really format this one now. The first idea that it has a border. So let's add the border for our form. The border is going to be a 1 pixel border, a solid border, and it also has to be with the same color. So I will say all the 6s, so many 6s. Awesome. I would be way more glad if it would have the same color. I hope it soon figures that out. And also, as you can see, it has a padding inside of it. So let's add some padding there. And also, as you can see, it doesn't have the upper margin of this H1 or H2. So for that, I'm able to say, let's say the newsletter form is there. and within that H2, the upper margin, so the margin top, should be 0. Yay! And the padding here should be 5 pixels. It's something similar, I guess. It's a bit more. It's 8 pixel. Let's say that. Something more similar. 10. Awesome. Also, as you can see, why isn't that working? I would be way more glad if it would be the same color as the text. Come on! It became red, but it doesn't like, maybe it's, I don't know. Never mind. It also, if you can check, it's a bit rounded corner there. So actually, just for fun fact, there is a thing like border radius. And you can specify the roundness of it in pixels. Let's say it's 3 pixels, then it's rounded as well. We are such hackers. So let's check about the whole page, because as you can see, this is in the middle. And I would like to achieve the same idea here. Now it's not the middle, it's a so-called a block element. The form is by default so-called a block element. What's happening with block elements? The block elements are using all the width that they can find. They're kind of like liquids. If you pour something into something, then that liquid is going to wall by wall because it's flowing there. It's the same thing with block elements. It's going to be using all the width. But as you can see here, it's not something that's happening there, but whether it's in the middle and it has a certain width. How to check the width of it? Actually, we can check the same way. We are able to inspect this element as we checked different other stuff. If you hover it, it will tell you right there that it is 600 pixels wide. So, but I'm not going to do that I'm just specifying that it's 600 pixel wide for this form, but rather I'm going to put the whole thing, the whole page into an element. I could use a div tag for it because div means division. That's kind of like a joker for everything. So because div means no meaning that something inside of it is just a division of the page. But actually that's our whole content. For that there is a tag called the main tag. The main tag means that's the main content of this page. And I'm gonna put all of these inside that, so I'm gonna indent it. For the main tag, I would be able to specify the width of it. So I will say the width of the whole thing is 600 pixels. In this case, it just become the same size as I wanted. And in this case, all of these others gonna have this exact same time, this width. So I will be able to put stuff inside that main element. Let's move this one into the middle. For that, we need to use margins. Actually, there is a really cool feature of the margins. If you say the left and the right margin of this element is so-called auto. Auto means that use as many margin as you able to. At least it means for the sides. So if I say margin left is auto and also the margin right is auto, it will move it to the middle, because both sides try to use as many space it's able to, and actually they will put, because of this, they will put it into the middle. As you can see, it's quite verbose how I've written this. I had to redefine that margin left and margin right and so on and so forth. Because of this, there are so-called shorthands for these CSS properties. As you can see, I could say padding, but I could also say the padding right and the padding left and so on. I'm able to say this with the margin as well. If I say, for example, just like this, margin 0, this means all the margins are 0. If I use two numbers, something space something, like this, auto, and let's say like this, no, it didn't. So if I say it like this, 0 space auto, it means the first number is gonna be the top and the bottom, the second gonna be the left and the right. So you are able to use these shorthands, and it's gonna work with padding and margin and border as well. So you will be able to say, I'm specifying 2 numbers or just 1, or even you can say 3. Let's say I say 10 pixels and 20 pixels. Let's check what's happening there in this case, if it's 3 numbers. With the main, come on, it should work. Never mind, then let's say 50 pixel. Why is, come on, it should work. Invalid property value. Oh, because it's just an X. I'm so bad with characters. So if I say this one, if I hover this element, you can see there is a 10 pixel top and a 20 pixel bottom, and the both sides are auto. So actually the 3 numbers means the top, the sides, and the bottom. And the 4, so you are able to specify 4, that's gonna be clockwise from the bottom. So first the top and the right, and the bottom and the left. That's how it's working. Oh, you're so nice that you're telling me that was a typo. Yay! Okay, so these are the shorthands. In many of the cases, if we would like to position something in the middle, we just say margin 0 and auto, because that means 0 pixels margin in the bottom and the top, and also on the sides it's auto, so it will move it in the middle. So nice. So we should also start to work on it, that it should look almost the same. As you can see, one of the difference is that these are not in the same position. So like these are right next to each other. Why is this happening? Because all the elements, all the input elements and the labels are so-called inline elements. Inline means that these are not blocks. What do we learn about block elements? The blocks are just like water. They are using all the width. The inline elements are just like discrete elements. They are like inline, so they are going into the line next to each other. So that's why these are just like text. So even if I would say something like here, something, it's just in the same line. It's too long. But if I just say some, please, yes, it's there. So all of these are in the same line, or the same line in another way. So it's gonna go that way. There is a question: if there is no fixed width, it's not working for me. It's not just you, it's not working without fixed width. So if you want to put something in the middle, then you have to give it a fixed width, because if you don't, then it's a block element, and the block element gonna use the whole width. So it doesn't know how much margin it should give. It's more important for them that the block element is using the whole width. And as you can see now, it's in the middle, even if I'm moving this window. Awesome. So these are inline elements. So the inline elements are rendered next to each other, or as the text would come. So if I write something long, then if it doesn't have enough space, then it's gonna be rendered right under of it. So how I'm gonna structure this code? One idea could be that I'm using the BR tag. So I could say, for example, after this text, I should have a BR. The BR, oh, I just screwed it up. So the BR is short for break or line break. The BR, but actually we shouldn't use BR for this one. If you visually want to do something with your HTML structure and it's really just visual, so these could be in the same line. You could have, it doesn't have any reason, it's just a visual reason there. BR means it's not just visually difference, but rather it's really when you literally mean break. So for example, when you have a paragraph and inside that paragraph you like to have a line break, maybe when you're reading the text it's a bigger change there. It's when you read it, it's a bigger breath, like then happening that and then, or bigger pause. That's what breaks mean. So actually breaks inside HTML are not for formatting. It has a meaning and it has bigger pause. That's the meaning of break. Only use break if you really mean that should be a bigger pause. For example, it's not just visually, your websites are not just visually read by other people. There are blind people reading the same website with software, reading software. And the reading software is interpreting the BR tag as bigger spacing between the words, like a pause. So you shouldn't use line break for that. Rather, we should use elements. If we put these inside elements that are block elements, if I use a div tag, then because block elements are using the whole space, because block elements are using the whole space, they are not letting all the other elements to get next to each other. So with block elements, and div is a block element, you're able to structure your code in a way, not your code, but your visual representation, that all of these things are not in the same line, because these are blocks next to each other. You can think of blocks as different liquids. So like when you pour oil on water, they are separating, and all of these are kind of using all the space till the end. So now with divs, I was able to kind of structure my visual elements. And the div is something that is ignored by meaning. So for example, when that reading software is going through for the blind people to read the code, it's gonna ignore div elements because div doesn't have any semantical meaning. BR does have, so don't use BRs. Just when you really need the pause there. Awesome. So let's figure how to do this look. For that, let's try to say that the text input, and let's talk about this one as well. We could, if I say the input should be something, then there are quite a few inputs here. So I don't want to specify the input itself, but rather I would like to do something else because I would like to specify the text input. I could do quite a few different things. I could add a class, and it's totally fine if you use that. I would like to show you another way to do it. And oh yes, I did forget a slash. It's fine if it's too much, so it's really just for food for thought. If it's too much, it's all right. You can have another selector type with the box parentheses. You can say inside the box parentheses, you are able to specify attributes. So you're able to say the type text. This means that that input element that has the type text should have the width of 100%. So now let's check it. Yes, it just grew to have this 100% size there. I would like to do the same thing with our button as well. So I'll be able to say that has the type. If it's too much, then you can use classes. That's also totally valid. I'm just showing this for curiosity. Cool. But as you can see, it's not that cool. This is not as wide as the other. I will zoom a bit into it to really show you. It has a gap there, and here we don't have that gap. Why is that happening? Let's check it. What is the difference if I use div in the HTML or if I say display inline vs block? I didn't do this for this one and this one because I don't know, because I wanted to have a similar way for separating all of these, and these should be in line because these are next to each other, and it felt better. But these are not like specific things that one is better than the other. In many of the cases, it's easier to have more kind of wrapper things and have properties for that than have too many properties in a single element. But yeah, it's really up to you. So let me check the width of these two things. The width of this one is 578, and the width of that one is 582. It's totally different. Why is it? But the whole thing is 600 pixel, and why these two things are different? So to achieve that, actually we would need to use a thing called box sizing. We already talked about this box model. So we have the border, and inside that the padding, outside the margin, the box size, and inside that the width. But in CSS, you're able to specify what do you mean by width. Because you could say, for example, if we have this whole thingy, the whole form, is the width from here to here, so from outside, from the borders, or is the width inside, from the padding to the other padding? You are able to specify that with the box sizing. The box sizing, you're able to say, let's say that's the border box. The border box, it means you are using it from the outside of the border. The other is the content box when you are coming from inside the paddings. So if I use a content box, you can see it's larger because the inside of it is the 100% and not the outside. In many of the cases, we prefer in the modern CSS to use border box because it makes more sense. So I advise you to try to use border box rather than content box. Awesome. And actually, yes, as we stated, you are able to specify. So for example, if I say to the label that should be display block, then it's gonna go under it because it's using the whole space. So you are able to specify the type of it, how it's displayed. There is a display inline and display block. The inline is the default for this one. And also you're able to say display none, then it's not gonna be rendered to the page. But it's still there, but it's not rendered. Awesome. Okay. Is there any question regarding these topics so far? Then let's finish the coloring, that one. Let's create this. So the background. So do you remember the color, the green fox color? This 3C, no, hash mark 3C. Do you remember? You don't? Okay, never mind. What if I want to handle two types together? What do you mean by, yeah, somebody remembered. What do you mean by handle two types together? What do you mean by handle? So one is working that way, the other is working that way. What do you mean by together? Many of you are knowing. Awesome. Somebody is asking automatically why isn't the same length? Yes, it's because CSS and HTML is fucked up in many ways. When they figure this border box and content box feature is newer than when they figured how to specify the label and the input and the button elements. And actually they are unable to change this because that would break all their web pages. Because we still have web pages from the 90s. So for example, spacejam.com is still something that works. I hope it's still working. Old web pages is still has to work, and they cannot fix these older issues. So create the same settings in CSS. So if you would like to have both as inline or both as block, then you say for both of them, display inline or display block. Oh no, SpaceJam is not working. Official SpaceJam website. If you don't know what SpaceJam, get a life. Actually, it should work. No, it isn't. Somebody break the internet. Never mind. So, as you can see, it's not the same yet because it has, actually, this is an ugly border there. Let's remove that border. Just like that. Also, we can specify the color, that's white. And now it's almost the same. The thing that we could specify for both is the height of it. We can check the saved version. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it's not that important. So yes, there are many bugs like this in HTML. It's not really bug, but rather it's legacy of HTML. And many of the cases we are starting a new project by fixing these. And there are predefined CSS things that you can use that they are fixing all of these. For example, many of the cases with a new project, I would start to say all the elements should use border box. Then it's helping me a lot. Also, we should have a little bit of margin under the first one. So I'm able to say 0, 0, and 10 pixels. Then it means it's no margin on the sides and the top, but it's a small margin under it. And I should do the same for that as well. Awesome. It almost the same. I think he used a bit less margin on the first one. Let's say it's just 5 pixels. Space Jam is working for me. I'm so glad that Space Jam is working for you. Never mind. So, Space Jam website is really awesome. And actually, that's from the 90s. And back then we had quite a few features. For example, no box sizing yet. And actually, why is it different for the... okay, don't go that deep into details because we need time for other... yeah, if it's working for others, homework is check the Space Jam website and also check how ugly was HTML back then. Actually, everything was a table and they did everything with tables. Because we haven't had Flexbox, but we're gonna talk about Flexbox. These are the best things ever. But before that, let's talk about positioning. Let's create this button that exits this newsletter thingy. It's not exits it, but we like to build it at least. Let's say I create a div with the class exit button and an X. I do have that X button here, but I would like to have it there. For that, where can I find the bracket like in CSS in this? So this one, on the Hungarian keyboard, it's somewhere around Alt GR or B or something like that, but I don't like to use the Hungarian keyboard. Usually, yeah, it's on F, sorry, yeah. It's, for me, it's next to the enter with the shift. So after P, no, not with the shift, just after P, it's the opening. So actually that's why I'm using US keyboard layout, because all of these special characters are there where you have the special characters of the Hungarian or the Czech language. And many of the developers are using the US keyboard layout because all these special characters are there just from, you just have to, maximum you just have to use space. And it's not because of, it's better for programming, but rather programming was invented in the US keyboard layout. And they are using the characters that were really easy to access. So try to use, it's one of the advices from me to try to use the US keyboard. Actually, it's first it's hard to get used to it, but after a couple of days it's way easier to program with it. Okay, so let's talk about this X. There is a property, but let's capture that exit button. There is a property called position. This position property, it's not like you're able to specify the position here. With this position div tag, oh, wow, oh, thank you. You just saved my life. Thank you, Livander. So the position is not about specifying this position, or rather specifying the mode how it's positioned. Everything in this page by default position static. The position of these elements are static. There is another one called the relative. If you say relative, then nothing happens yet, but with other modifiers, For example, with the top modifier, you are able to say it should move 60 pixels from the top. And as you can see, it just moved. Relative will mean the original space of that X should remain there, and from there it should move from the top. Even you can say to the right that many pixels. Also, it works to every direction, and also you're able to use negative numbers. So there are many ways to position it. So position relative means that the space of it remains there, but you are able to put it somewhere else. It's not that easy to put it from here to there, because then we would need to know the height of the whole thing. For that, there is a thing, the position absolute. If I say position absolute, as you can see, something fishy happened. Even so, it just went through on that. When you say position absolute, it means the space not gonna remain there. Rather, we will just remove this element from the whole flow. It's not gonna like use any space of it. We just render it on the page. And if I say top, in this case, 10 pixels, it's not going to render it from the original position, but rather from the whole page. So if I say, for example, left 10 pixels again, then it's rendered from the whole page. Actually, it's not from the whole page, but rather the first parent element. So it's going to look up for the parents. So in this case, the first parent of this is the form, that parent is the main, and that parent is the body. The first element that has position relative. Position relative is not just moving something around, but rather position relative is creating kind of like a new origin and a new coordinate system. From then on, we're gonna measure the position absolutes. If it doesn't find any element up to the chain that has any position relative, then it's gonna be relative to the body, so the whole page. But if I say to the form that should be, let's check it, position relative, then we just moved it here. That X is there because now we are positioning it from the first parent that has position relative. In this case, the first parent is the form, and we are relative top 10 pixel, left 10 pixel. If we say right here, then it's gonna measure it from this end. So from the right, it's 10 pixel. So in this case, I'm able to say from the top, it should be, I don't know, 5 pixels. It's too much, 3. It looks good. That's what I wanted. So this is one of the ways to position things. We are only using this when we need to position something relative to something else, and we are only using it when we need to kind of like this overlay thing. So we can see that this X is over this whole content. So because I could, for example, if this would be longer, this would be over it. And even we can specify if something is under or over something by saying the so-called z-index of it. The z-index is meaning that how these are kind of like layered on the screen. So if something is on something and is on something and so on, if you specify the z-index of these things, the biggest z-index gonna be the closer to the user. So if I'm looking at it, on the top gonna be the biggest z-index thing. If it's too much, I know it's a hard topic, and I would say don't worry that much about it. The second topic, the flexbox, gonna be way more important and way more heavily used. So this is more like an edge case when you would need to position something over something, and it's less and less important. And also there are really good tutorials about this one. If you still have questions about it, I'm happy to answer it. Yeah. Then with the same idea, let's build this one. As you can see, this bottom thingy, and even we can check if we zoom in much, like this is on the top, because we just specified, actually we will do the same with this one. This is on the top. Yeah, there is a question. Yeah, so this is on the top, and we will do the same actually by positioning these things. So there is a question. So if I change the width or anything of the position relative thingy, does it gonna involve that one as well? And yes, it's gonna. So to show you that, if I change, for example, the width of the whole thing to just that many, then it's position absolute to the first relative. So in this case, to the first relative parent. So in this case, it's calculated from the parent size. So yes, definitely. Why does my X not stay inside the box when I move it left? If it moves it here, then it means you haven't specified the whole thing is position relative, because absolute is always absolute from the last parent that was relative. Okay, then let's create that button there as well. That should be the, I don't know, div /div class question button. We do have this one, and now this is relative, the whole form, but nothing else is relative. So I'm able to say to this question button, that this should be position absolute, because I would like to not move it relatively from its place, but rather absolutely from the whole screen. So not from this space, but rather from the whole screen, from the bottom. So I will be able to say from the bottom 10 pixels and from the right again 10 pixels. So I will get back to z-index in a minute. And it didn't move because position. Okay. And I would like to make it bigger. I will create a padding for it to say, I don't know, 20 pixels. Also, I would like to specify the color of it. Background. I will use this line actually. And it's there because I cannot spell right. Awesome. So it looks good. not exactly good yet. It also has some, I will get back to that. Is there any function in this editor which highlights my typos? I guess not. Yeah. Also, maybe I'm not just doing that one. I would like to also have a fixed width and height for it. With I don't know how he did it actually. I don't wanna. Yeah, I will do it the same way. I don't know how the. Okay, never mind. So I'm not gonna use padding, but rather I'm gonna say, yes, have a big button like that. Not the size, the width and the height is big. Just like that. But I don't know how he. Never mind. The color is white. And the font size is huge. Is, I don't know, 70 pixels. That looks good. Also, we can center it like text, align, center. And how to make it round? As I said, there is a border radius thingy. Radius. And we are not just able to specify with pixels, but rather with percentages. And if I say 50%, it means the 50%, it should have a radius by the half of the size, so it's gonna be a circle. Now it's actually, let's check this thing. For example, if I say to our newsletter form that it should have a really, really big size, let's say, I don't know, 1000 pixels. If I open this one, you can see this one is over my other thingy, but I'm able to specify, for example, to say here z index or z index 5, for example. That's bigger than the default. The default is 0. So if I say here z index 6, then this is over the other. But if I say just 4, then this one has a bigger index, so that's over the other. So I will say this should have a 10 z index because that's bigger than all the other things. And in this way, I made sure that is always over all the other things. And I remove this hide because I don't need that. Awesome. One more thing that you can see in here, if I hover this button and also this button, my cursor just changed to this hand. To do that, I'm able to do now it doesn't work with any of these buttons. I would like to fix that. To do that, I'm able to say cursor pointer. You can specify how the cursor should look like when you hover it. In this case, it's like that. And also cursor pointer, and also cursor pointer. Okay, Now this one is a pointer, this one is a pointer, and this one is a pointer, and it's almost the same that we have there. Be really happy about it. Maybe I will make the border less. I think, yeah, that's more like how it looks like. Okay, there is a position fixed in the source code of the original example. Oh, really good question. If I say it's position fixed, let's say it's position fixed, and let's say I make the height of the whole form 2000 pixels. Sorry, 2000 pixels. It's such a big form. As you can see now, it's not on the bottom of the whole page, but rather fixed to the whole screen. If I say absolute, and wait a bit, then it's not fixed, it's just a bottom of the whole viewpoint and not fixed to the same position. So actually fixed is better. In this case, it's always, regardless the scroll, it's gonna be there. How nice. Good question. Oh, my button is covered. Oh. What about now? Can you see it? Sorry, my big face is bigger than that button. So if I say fixed, then let's move back that I say this one has a height of 2000 pixels. Now I'm able to scroll it, and if it's fixed, then it's in the corner. If it's absolute, then it's in the corner, but when I'm scrolling it, it's also scrolling. So fixed means it's fixed regardless the scrolling. And in this case, I would like to have something like that, regardless the scrolling. I'm glad that you asked that. So nice. The button have a great border. Actually, it's not a border, but rather a background shadow. If we have time on the end, I will show you. If we don't, then I ask you to Google it and figure out how it works. It's really awesome. Any other question? Then it doesn't have to have a shadow, but here it has a shadow and it here has a shadow. Okay. What does the fox say? I have no clue. Okay, I do have, but I'm unable to reproduce the sound. But you can watch YouTube videos. I'm not just that Scandinavian guy. Actually, it's somewhere between a cat and a dog. It's like, I don't know, crazy sound. So you haven't been there. How did we make this round? We made this round by saying it border radius 50%. Now it was 3 pixels here, just 3 pixels how it curves. And by 50% we mean the whole width and height the 50% of the whole width and height, it starts to bend, so the whole thing becomes a circle. Cool. Then let's have a break. The recap of Z index would be great. Yes, that would be totally. After the break, I will do a recap of Z index. I promise. Yeah, because my big head just covered the Z index, isn't it? Actually, it was the Z index of my head. If your question mark is not in the center, it means it's not big enough a font, and also you haven't said it's the center. So for example, if I say it's just 7 pixel, then it's that small that it's even in the white area. So if I say it's a 30 pixel, it's there. So the 70 pixel makes it in the middle. See, show the part of the... Okay, I'm saving the whole thing. Check out the link. Yeah, had Z index 1000. Yeah, Z index is like layers, basically like layers. But we will get back to that after the break. So right now, break, 10 minutes break. So from 17, we gonna continue. So let's start soon. I'm checking the questions. And still, what does the fox say? I'm so glad. Yeah, for the shadows, you will have to use the box shadow. If we'll have time on the end, I'm happy to show that. But it's really just for fun. And it's more advanced topic. Okay, so let's get back to Z index. For that, I'm gonna change the code a bit, and I will say it's from the top. And now we have our amazing thing there. Zoom out of your browser. Why? I've tried to click on submit button and it moves you there. Yes, for submit button to really work, you need to have JavaScript or a backend development. So what can you do? Don't click it. I know it's not something that you like, but it's really more advanced. So if you want to learn about that, we will cover a bit of JavaScript, but more we will cover on the online course if you really want to join and learn web development altogether. Sorry about it. So now, as you can see, this one is over the other. Now it has Z or Z index 10, but if for the newsletter form I say it should have a Z index 11, then it's rendered over my question mark button. So Z index means how do we place these things as layers on the screen, and which one has the bigger Z index will mean it's closer to the viewer, so to the user, in this case you or me. So oh, get back with the back button. Okay, so that's what Z index is. If you have overlaying things, then you can specify the Z index of one and the other. So in this case, if it's 10, then it's under the question mark button because the other has Z index 10. And it's like you are able to say kind of like the weight of these layers. If it has a bigger weight, then it will show closer to the viewer. And the default Z index is 0, so I don't have to add that. Okay, we talked about quite a few stuff, but we haven't talked about these amazing boxes. And for that, we would need to use images. Before that, let's create the top thingy and also put this back on the bottom. So this should be right again. Awesome. How long will this video be available? Till YouTube is working. So we're not gonna put this down. So somebody's asking if you are using a different font, maybe it's not in the middle with the question mark. Yes, the font can be, if it's a different font, then it can look different. Awesome. Then let's move forward. And also you can copy paste my code. So like really, I saved it. So let's create that title. I think that's an H1 because that's the main title. H1, how nice. And awesome landing page. It's really awesome. Landing page. It's a bit lighter. I'm not gonna care about that. Is there a vertical text align code? It's hard to do text align vertically. If you really need to do something like that with text, usually what we do, if it's a single line text, it's easier. Then I would set the line height of it to the same height as the whole thing. So this kind of makes sure that even if the font size is smaller, then it should be still in the middle. Because then the line is that height, but if you have multiple lines, then it's hard. Yes, Z index is relative to the other Z index, if I understood well. Yes, it is. Actually, vertically centering is not easy. And before Flexbox and actually before CSS Grid, we're not going to learn about CSS Grid here because it's more advanced topic and it would take way more time. If you want to learn about CSS grids, then join the online bootcamp. And not just the stay at home, but rather the whole one. And but Flexbox is really soon coming. Okay, so let's do these. Let's create a placeholder for them. I would say I will create a div for these. I don't know what are these. These are the, how to name these. These are the key features. And one of them is a feature. Class feature. How nice. Put that text into it, so it will have a paragraph, plan trees. I think, okay, we're gonna plan them. I'm not sure that if that's a typo. Okay. So, and actually, before that, we have an image. For the image, there is a tag called the img. That's the tag. If you just say that, it's not going to show anything because we haven't specified where is that image. You can, if it's a really web page, you will be able to upload images there. Actually, we will do something similar in the later weeks. But now you're able to specify the image. And it's going to be the same with that. So you will be able to specify the path of the image in this attribute called source. but it's not just the path of the image, but rather you are able to specify it from anywhere from the internet. So if you find, I don't know, if you like monkeys, let's say you like monkeys. Monkeys are awesome. Monkey or man? I think monkey is enough. Monkey. Oh, that's good. I like this monkey. Maybe this one. This is awesome. Look at this. This is what I call a monkey. So if you click on an image, right click. I like turtles. Oh, I like turtles as well. And I like trains, but I like turtles. Never mind. So turtles are awesome, and also monkeys. So if you right click on any monkey and on any image, there is a thing like copy image address. If you open a new tab and place that, actually it just opens the image itself. So this is really just the URL for that image. So if I place that into that source, you will see that monkey there. So you are able to place any image into your code in a way that you use the image tag, source, and the link of that image. In this case, but please only use images that are legally usable. So this one is not sure if legally usable. If you would like to have images like that, then actually in the tools you should say usage right, labeled for reuse. And it's not a reusable monkey. Oh, so we shall delete that monkey. See you, monkey, I love you. But these images are reusable images. There are no copyrights for these ones. So I will be able to say copy image address, and I just say that. And I do have that image there. Awesome. Somebody's really liking narwhals, so we should have narwhals. I do like narwhals, but don't go down that road. Let's get back to these. Okay. So this is a really nice thing. Let's copy paste these 3 times. And let's change to make friends. Oh, I'm not here to make friends. Never mind. Make friends. Do you know this cliche to say I'm not here to make friends? Never mind. I'm so easy to distract, sorry. So profit. And also I would copy paste the image addresses. Let's have this one there and profit there. I think I just need to change this to profit. Nope. I thought so, but it's not. Copy image address. I thought I'm so smart, but I'm not that smart. But I like turtles. It's money, it's not profit. How nice. So if the source image is not on the net anymore, will it disappear from my page? Yes, it will. We will learn about how to upload an image to the internet using Git and GitHub, so don't worry about that. I just saved. Please save your code. I did, I promise. So, now all of these are not next to each other. As you can see here, these are next to each other, but here they are not. But before that, before we put these next to each other, let's format them a bit. So a feature will have the amazing green fox background, and also it will have the centered white amazing text there. How am I able to select the P inside the feature? I will say feature space P, because space is the descendant operator. And I will say color white. Nice. I think it's a bit bolder. Maybe it is bigger. Let's make it bigger. Font size 16 pixels. Come on. Bigger, 20. Let's try it bold as well. Well, font weight. Bold. Looks good. Not the same, but it's good. And also, let's put it in the middle. Let's have a bit of padding, because we have a padding there. So padding, maybe for the whole thing, because it has padding there and there and there and there. So maybe I will have padding for the whole feature. Padding. As you can see, there are no only good solutions. There are many ways to do stuff. And also, let's have margin between these. Okay. But these are still not next to each other. And also, I think there is a bigger padding there. So I will say 20. And I don't want to have that margin under the P, so I will say P margin bottom is 0. Why are you using the word feature? I'm using the feature because it's a landing page of a product or something like that, and it's a feature. I thought it's a feature of that product, that it plants trees and makes friends and makes profit. Maybe it could be, I don't know, some service as well. We could call it services. I don't know. I just wanted to call it. Why did you separate the div class key features and the feature? Because this is this whole thing. So I just created a features div for the whole thing, where I have all the features and each of the features separately, because then I would like to put these next to each other, and the only way to do that, to have a container, and inside that container separate things that I will be able to put next to each other. And also, it's more semantic for me to say this whole thing is the heading, and in the same level I have the key features of this product, and then I have the newsletter form. It's really, if I kind of like just close this one and this one, it really semantically tells me that these are the main sections of this page: the awesome loading page heading, the key features, the newsletter form, and the question button. These are the main things on this page. That's why I'm doing. So I usually also think about not just how the Google robot or other or like the browser or even a reading software gonna think about my text or my HTML, but rather how other programmers or I myself gonna read this code, and it's way more structured if I put things inside other things and so on and so forth. Somebody asked, how do I make my picture bigger and how do I resize it? And somebody answered, just use the width and height tags. One thing, those are not tags, those are attributes. The tag name is the form, the attribute is the class. So yes, you could use say, let's create a bigger thing. So the height of this image should be 400 pixels, then it's a huge profit. Yeah, business. Never mind. So you could do that, but don't do that. That's not good. Why we shouldn't do that? Because we are not gonna do layout in HTML. We shouldn't think about how it looks in the HTML. So what should we do about it? If you want to change it, do it in CSS. In the feature, the image tag should have a height as 400 pixels. That's the way to change it, not in the HTML. I'm glad that you are answering each other's questions, but it's not always right. So don't use this head and white attribute, not tag. Nice. Awesome. Actually, it does have a feature, but even no, yeah. So on the long run, it's not something that we use. Okay, so how are we gonna put these next to each other? For that, we're gonna use a really nice feature called the Flexbox. For that, it's a new type of display. We said we already had inline elements and block elements. The block elements were using all the space, the inline elements, putting things next to each other. But putting things next to each other as text. So for example, even if after this image I put some text, the image is it's an inline element. But as you can see, it would put the text next to it as the text. So like it will have the same height as that, and also it will be under. So it's not really, it doesn't put it like boxes. And if you would like to put these boxes next to each other, we're not going to use inline, because it's dependent if you like put spaces there or not, and you are unable to use margins that well with it. So inline is really just for putting next to each other text-wise. So we're only using that for text. So for that, there is a new thing called display flex. And not in that. You have to specify it not on the thing, but on the thing that consists the things. So the container, the key features in this case. Key features. The container has to be display flex. And it is next to each other. How nice. There are some questions. How can you decrease the size of a picture if it's too big? Same way as before. So if I say feature image, the width should be I don't know, 40 pixels, then it's smaller. So you just really specify the required width. If it's smaller, then it's smaller. There is a question, making features inline block elements could be a good solution. Could be, but actually even inline blocks has quite a few freaky kind of buggish things. For example, I don't want to go into really deep details. That, for example, it doesn't work well with spaces. So even if you just hit enter and space between things, it's gonna behave differently. So inline block is really for things that are in the text, but these are blocks. So we are not using that. If you want to put boxes next to each other, that's flex. And for that, Flexbox is really flexible and a really awesome feature, but it's a bit complicated because it has a really, it is capable of everything, really everything. All the little details, all the things that you ask, how I position something in the middle and so on, Flexbox is capable of that, or at least multiple Flexboxes will be capable of that. And Flexbox is a big topic, and actually from this on, I think I'm just gonna talk about Flexboxes till the end. So we're just gonna talk about Flexboxes till the end. And actually the best resource for that is if you just search for it, Flexbox. And there is a complete guide to Flexbox. And actually I also already have put this into the description. So on the video description, you are able to find this link. This is one of the best ever resources about Flexboxes. And it really tells you everything about them. And as you can see, in the Flexboxes, you should think about containers and items. And in this article, containers are always purple and items are always orange. So the properties for the parent gonna be these, and also which each of the items will have properties. Right now we're not gonna go into many details because it has a lot of details, just some of them. So what does Flexbox does? Flexbox will say it will align all the things inside your container in a way how you specify it. Can you please speak some word about float and flex? Yeah, float is actually, before Flexboxes, we used floating for everything when we wanted to position things next to each other. But floating is really just about creating elements that are kind of like covered with text around. So for example, on Wikipedia, let's check a random Wikipedia article. Let's check this guy. How nice is he? Not just the picture, but rather the... Oh, let's check coronavirus. How nice. Okay, can you see here that we have this picture here and the text is kind of like going around that text. Here is just still this, but here is still that. And this image is so-called floated to the right on the text, and the text is like wrapping around everything. And this is how we use floating. For example, here, this image is floated here, and everything is around is like floating around that image. This is where we use floating, and this is the only place where we're going to use floating. Before Flexboxes, we used floating for everything, for way more things. So for example, putting things next to each other, but it was just kind of misusing floating, because with floating you were capable of doing that, but it wasn't designed for that. It was only designed for this feature. And if you would like to do something like that, then read about it. It's a really nice thing. But to really have a layout on your page when you position boxes next to each other, it's about Flexbox. Okay. Somebody's asking that if it's plant trees. we can plan trees as well. But yeah, probably it's a typo. But I'm not gonna change that. I'm comfortable with that it bugs you. Sorry about it. So, so what Flex does on the container, in this case, in our case, the container is the key features. If you specify the key features as display flex, from then on, the Flexbox will put items in the direction, in the specified direction of the flexing. What's the specified direction? There are 4 flex directions. There is so-called the row reverse, the column, and the column reverse. And the default is the row. Let's check this out. Let's say, so that attribute, or not attribute, actually this is a property. This property, flex direction, goes to the container. In our case, is the key features container. So if I say, so what's that? Is the flex direction. Flex direction. Then sorry, I just was reading the comments. Flex direction. Then I'm able to say row. Then it's going to be the same, but I'm also able to say column. If I say column, then these are gonna be aligned like this. If you say row, then it's gonna be aligned like this. So row means in a line like that, column means in a line like that, so vertically or horizontally. You can also say row reverse. Row reverse means as a row, but starting from the end and this way. As you can see now, sorry, I have empty space here, not on the end. Now I have it here. And also, is it in reverse order? You can have it with the column as well. So now it's reverse order, now it's in the bottom. So the profit was on the top. You don't need, there is a question, you don't need the dot feature P, you can write all the details to feature as well, right? Not really. When I said this, I really meant, oh yeah, actually almost all of these. So I could put these into feature because color, font size, and font weight are inherited. So feature would inherit these, but actually margin bottom not, because that belongs to the P. So I just deleted the margin bottom of that paragraph and not the whole thing. If I would delete even the whole thing doesn't have any bottom margin. Okay, it does have, but I specified it. Awesome. So, and the default value of this one is row. So I don't need to write it if I'm just looking for a row like that. Awesome. Oh, sorry. I guess that was loud. Let's talk a bit more about flexboxes, and also let's talk about this one, the justify content. Actually, that's one of the best features of flexboxes. I'm able to say justify content in the container. So not each of the elements, but rather in the container. And I can use these. Flex start with means I will start in the beginning of the flex. Flex start. Actually, that's the default. So for example, in this case, it just moves to the end. And why is it like this, like flex end? Because if you reverse it, so if I say flex direction is reverse row, no, row reverse, sorry. Reverse. Then on this way, flex end, flex start, sorry, flex start. Yes, and flex end. Why? I thought it's not working that way. I thought if you reverse it, then the other is the flex end, but it's not. I always learn something new. But what's more interesting, that we can say center. That would put everything in the center. All of them. But actually that's not what's happening here, but rather you are able to say space between. Space between would mean that I just misspelled it. Flex the direction row reverse and say flex end, then yes, it works. I'm not stupid, I'm just unable to. Okay, somebody's asking that can I share it there. I already shared, and I told you I shared. It's all right if you haven't figured it out. It's in the description of the video. So in the top right under the video, you will be able to find the description, and there is a link for that. And also how to find it. I always forget the link. What I do, I just say flex box. That's what I Google. That's what I do. Actually, if I'm doing something with CSS, usually I use Flexbox. Usually I forget all the things. Usually I just do this and I look for this one, a complete guide to Flexbox. This is how I find stuff. And it's totally fine to do with you as well. It's the most, yeah. So you also able to say space between and space around, and space evenly. The space evenly would put even spaces between them. A space around would put even space not between but around them. So like as you can see, if it's one, then it's two spaces one. And this is space between, and actually that's what we're gonna use here. We're gonna say space between, and to make it more nice, I'm able to say I'm not gonna have margin on the borders, so on the sides, just on the top and the bottom, and in this case I have these features. And I guess our example has more padding. Oh, maybe that's too much. And also the text is aligned to the center. It's more like that now. Awesome. Cool. Okay, there is a question. Before we use any flexbox, then we have to say display flex. Yes, so that's what turns this on. So on the container element, you have to say display flex. In this case, is the key features that holds all these features. It is good to have 64 650 pairs of eyes to check the spelling. Yes, you would spare me so much time if you would be here when I'm coding anytime, because that's the majority I screw up things. When I got code review from other developers, usually the main feedback is my spelling. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue with flexboxes. Let's talk about this flex wrap. To really talk about that, I will copy one of the features. Let's say the make friends, because I'm here to make friends. A lot of friends, 650 friends. As you can see now, it just kind of tried it to put next to each other, and even in a way that it just said, I don't care about the width of the whole thing, let's grow it. But in many of the cases, you have the same problems like as, oh, you are my soulmate. As you can see, if you have too much stuff there, it will kind of try to grow there, and it's maybe not that you would like to achieve. To make it kind of like wrap that space and to say, let's kind of break it under, you're able to say inside the container to say flex, not flex, wrap. And on the wrap, you are able to specify if it's wrap or no wrap or wrap reverse. Let's check it. Now the default is the no wrap. When it's no wrap, you just try to put it next to each other. If you say wrap, then it just, if it doesn't have enough space, it just put it to the next line. So actually this is how you're able to put things like under each other. Actually, this is how, if you use Pinterest, is doing putting all these images. Even Google image search is doing it. So if I look for narwhals, and we're not gonna watch that video, but that's awesome. Then it's the same thing here. Actually, these are flex boxes, and all of these are having different sizes, and if it's more, then it just flex wrap it under each other. And let's try this wrap reverse. It's really awesome. It would mean it doesn't wrap it under, but over it. Is it same with even a gallery? Yes, you can use this feature with a gallery. My Flexbox is next to the newsletter box now. How can I put it back there? I don't know. Maybe it's an unclosed HTML element. So it's really so this whole Flexbox thing is really flexible. You can do quite a few different things with it, even like wrap something before it, not just after it. So that's the wrap attribute of it. We talked about the directions, the wrap. Actually, there is a terminology with directions. The main direction of it, what you describe, so if it's a row, then the main direction is the horizontal from the left to the right. That's called the main, and the other direction is the cross direction. So in this case, now the vertical direction, the up and down, is the cross direction, and we also able to influence the so-called the cross direction. So let's talk about the cross direction. But right now, all of our items are the same height, so we are not really influencing the cross direction yet. Actually, I'm gonna remove a feature. Oh, we can have it wrapped flex wrap wrap. So we gonna talk about the course direction, but actually I'm already talking, so we only have an hour, so I would rather have a break now and answer some questions now and then get back to this idea on the last 50 minutes. So how to flex wrap no desired width. So how does this know the width? Because the whole thing, so not the key features, but the whole main had a width of 600. Why the feature shifts to the right instead to be the center? Because it's space around and not centered. Space around only means so, or space between, because there is no other things to have between. So the space between is kind of like when on Word you say to the paragraph the text is justified. It doesn't mean it will put the text in the middle, just it will be justified from the end to the end. Will you share your CodePen? My CodePen is, the link is in the description of the video. Any other question? Then my font type is not as bold as yours. I don't know exactly what could be the problem. I know this was way back, but how do I link the exit button with the box? Because for me, it's the top right of the screen. If it's the top right of the screen, it means that you haven't said to the newsletter form that's position relative, because the position absolute will be relative from the first parent that is position relative. The make friends has different size because the text, I think in that it's wider than the image, and it just, I haven't specified the size of the features, so it made it more wide. If I specify that it's certainly that many pixels, then it's gonna have the say. The link for the exercises in the description. It's for the March. Oh, sorry, we'll fix that. Let's say the mobile device, we should use different sizes to be visible. Yeah, it's a more advanced topic to have responsive design for different device sizes. It's a feature called media queries. If you're looking for that, search for it. If you want to learn more about it, then join the course. Can you save your version of his CodePen For later to fork the option. What? I'm not sure that I would like to fork it now. Could it be different? Yes, it can be different based on browsers, but mostly it shouldn't be different. Is there somewhere I use short lists, most oftenly use fixed CSS rows, margin, font size, so on? Important is grammar and so on. There are a great amount of articles like that, and also on MDM you can find stuff, but what I advise you, if you really want to learn it, then write your own. I think it's better. And if you just look for all of them, then it's MDN. So on MDN you just search for CSS properties and you can find all of them. Oh, so if I say, is it forkable? Now it's forkable. No, I just forked it. I think you can fork it. Why do we use this shitty, or I don't know, HTML and CSS instead of web page creators like Wix? It's a really good question. We don't use it in many of the cases. Even the website of oh, why is it like that? So in many of the cases we don't use it. In many of the cases, even the works, for example, the website of GrimFox is in Wix, because in many of the cases it's about even a marketing person or somebody should be able to change the code and change the website, and you don't want to have developer hours to change that. But actually, even somebody has to write Wix. So for that, we do use, so somebody has written Wix in HTML. So what is generated by Wix is written HTML. And you are the developer who does that. And in many of the cases, it's easier for smaller sites to build it. And also, in many of the cases, if it's a web application, it's going to be way more complicated than a simple website. For simple websites, yes, I advise you to use Wix. But for a complicated web application, you have to use HTML and CSS because you would like to specify even the littlest details and also have more code that specifies the working, like how the features are going and so on. So think of it that there are tools for advanced usage, and that's basically HTML and CSS, and there are tools for home usage, that's Wix and so on and so forth. So if somebody is writing a big website like, I don't know, Spotify, then it's not going to be written in Wix. If you're just creating a website for your uncle, yeah, and your uncle is not a hedge fund manager at Spotify, rather just for GarageBand or something like that, then yes, use Wix. Or you can use Dreamweaver. I wouldn't use Dreamweaver, but it's up to you. If you use WordPress, for example, it's really, really useful if you're able to read. Yeah, so even in Wix and in WordPress and any of these website building projects, if the capability of these projects are not good enough and you really need to customize something, you will eventually touch HTML. So even in Wix and even in WordPress, you will be able to specify HTML and CSS. So what are you using? I'm using an editor like Visual Studio Code that you're gonna use. I'm not really using that editor, another editor. I'm using HTML and CSS, so I'm creating stuff with it. Because so for my web, actually I'm more fluent with HTML and CSS than with Wix or anything like that. But if I create a website for somebody else, then I would rather say they should do it in Wix if it's suitable for them. Or Squarespace or anything like that. Okay, then let's have this break. So from 20, I'm gonna continue. Okay, so there are some other questions, and I think I start to answer these questions because soon it's 20. So how can I make the text of a web page be secure and not allow hackers to modify? So what I showed you with BBC, that on any web page, so actually you cannot make it more secure. So like if I go on IMDb and I say instead of Hollywood, inspect it, and I change it to, oh baby Yoda, so good. So Toyash is awesome. And if I move it back there, then it's Toyash is awesome. But it doesn't mean that it's changed for anybody else. It's just on my machine right now. So even if I refresh it, then it's Hollywood again. So it's really up, it's just on your machine. And that's something that you cannot fix. So in any website, you're able to do that. So, but it's not really different than you just create a screenshot and you write it with Paint or with Photoshop. So that's something that you cannot make sure. But if you put your code onto a server, but that's not what we do something right now, but on later actually with GitHub, you will put it on a server and you will be able to open it. Then if you put it on GitHub, that's going to be secure. So it's not going to be, if they are not really skilled and experienced hackers and they are able to figure out how to go inside the server farms of GitHub, and actually GitHub is on the Microsoft servers, then yeah, it's secure. So they're not going to be able to change it in a way that it's going to be changed to anybody else. And even during this course, you will be able to learn how to put your code into GitHub. How can I center the image? To center the image itself is an inline block element. To how to center that, it's not that easy. I would rather use Flexbox for that. So I would say the container that contains the image should be a Flexbox, and I would use all the things in Flexbox for that. There are a lot of experienced and advanced people here. I would like to address that a bit. I think this course is useful even for people who have experience and even for people who don't. And it's quite usual in our courses that people will come for totally different backgrounds. And on a longer course, like in GreenFox, if you do the full-time course, it's 4 months. At the really beginning, it's frustrating for people who don't have experience because others are explaining things that they don't know before or anything like that. Usually it's a month or something like that to get to the even levels and don't be frustrated about that. Yeah, maybe it's a stupid question, but then where do you make HTML and CSS? What is the platform? So actually what we're going to do on the long run, you will create HTML and CSS files on your computer using an so-called an editor called Visual Studio Code. You will just save HTML and CSS files as you would create doc or XLS files with Word and Excel, but now you will use Visual Studio Code where you are able to create HTML and CSS files. And then you will be able to put these HTML and CSS files onto the servers of GitHub, and that in that case, those will be hosted on the internet, so you will be able to access these web pages online. That's gonna happen. Actually, next week you will learn about Git and how to do this. And yes, there is a saying that you get, I guess you can never know enough. even if you're learning, so actually I started web development in 2009, 2008, 9, something like that, and I'm still learning about it. Every week I'm reading articles, what are the new features of the browsers, what are the new features and new versions of CSS and HTML, what are the things I have to know. It's not something that stops. So if you are a web developer or if any kind of developer, you have to continuously learn about technologies. Can I access to the parent elements property in CSS like with and define the child elements to the same kind of property? Yes, with some you are able to say that you would like to inherit that, and also, for example, with width, if you say that the current element's width is 100%, then it's gonna be the exact same size as the parent element. Some people like showing off if you are just intermediate. Yeah. Why would you recommend GreenFox? Why would you recommend GreenFox vs FreeCodeCamp? I guess what would you recommend? I would recommend GreenFox, but I would recommend both actually. So I think there are not only ways to learn, not only one way to learn programming. If you and also there is not only one reason to learn programming. So it's really up to you. What do you want to achieve? How long do you want to achieve it? On what way, and so on and so forth. There are a great amount of different ways to achieve that. There is a question if can we continue with Flexbox. I'm only answering these questions because there are only one more topic left, so that's why I'm on the questions. But okay, let's finish the Flexbox thing and then question time. And I'm even happy to answer questions not just regarding programming but in the broader scope as well. Full-time course is also in English. We have English and Hungarian as well. But the exercises and the videos that you have to watch are always in English. So without English knowledge, it's not something that you will be capable of doing. Okay, so let's talk about this one, align items. And for that, let's change on stuff. So let's say the make friends. I'm looking for that text that make friends, make many more friends. And also I would like to do that actually you already asked, to say the feature has a fixed width. So let's say it has a width like 300 pixels, maybe it's too much. 200 pixels, still too much. 150 pixels, 120, yes. So and actually I don't know why these are in the same height. They should not be. That's crazy. So let's, yeah, maybe it's because stretch is the default. Yeah. Stretch is the default. Yes, let's talk about this. So, okay, align items. Align items is also something that you specify inside the Flexbox container. So here I'm able to say align items. And as I said, items, the justify content was about the main axis of, so in this case, that's the main axis of the whole screen, or at least this display, this display flex, so the flex box. And the justify content is on the way of the main axis. And there is another axis, is the cross axis, and you are able to specify that as well with these align items. And as you can see, this is also a flex box with a flex row, and you are able to say if you are aligning the items to the flex start, the flex end, center, or stretch, or the baseline. Let's check these. If I say flex start, then what you will see that not all of these are on the same height, but rather all of these are starting on the top, but it will only have the height that it would naturally have, because this is longer, the others are shorter. And you can say to the flex end, in this case, it will put all of these onto the bottom compared to the height of the highest one. Also, you're able to say, and that's the default, that all of these should stretch. In this case, you will have the same height for each of them compared to the highest one. And also you are able to say center. Then in this case, it will center it based on the center of the whole box. And you're also able to say baseline. Then it's gonna center it to the first text of that. In this case, the first text is the image, and because of it's the same height, it will be there. But it's something that is really rarely used, so you don't have to know about that one. We can have it to align items flex start now. Align items flex start, to give you an idea about it. And I just changed it. Oh, I misspelled it. Sorry. Stretch. Oh, one more T. Yeah. If I misspell it, it goes back to the default. So actually, if you want to write stretch, you don't have to write it well. Let's save it to start. Yeah. And actually that was the last content I want. No, actually one more. So we kind of said what you are able to do with Flexbox from the container point of view. But you're also able to specify stuff with each of the elements. So on one of the elements, you're able to say, or on the elements, you're able to say, let's specify the so-called the flex grow. The flex grow is a really nice feature. It defines the ability for the flex item to grow if there is space to grow. So for example, right now I have kind of fixed width for these ones, but I could say that I'm removing this fixed width. So I'm just saying I don't want to have that. Then as you can see, all of these are just kind of having the different widths. But if I say flex grow and 1, that would mean that all of them should grow in the same size. And in this case, if it has and actually by line, so so in this case, the first one gonna grow to 1, and also in here. But as you can see, if you have 2, then one by one it's gonna grow to the same size. That's something that you can specify one by one, and also in many of the cases we are using it with different features. It's really just something that you should hear about. It's not something that gonna come up that much. And also you can specify the shrink of it, so not just the flex grow, but the flex shrink. That it defines the ability how much it shrinks compared to the other ones if it doesn't have enough space. And also you can specify the basis, that how much it's gonna change from this basis. And also you're able to specify the align, not just for all of them, but differently for each of them. So for very specific elements, you're able to say align that and that and that. And actually, what I really advise you, this is actually something that I know I use much, but that's not something that I know all the time. So even, for example, with flex grow with myself, I don't really remember always if it, or even with the properties of, was it flex direction, or was it for example, justify content or content justify or anything like that. I don't remember these. You don't have to remember all of these. What you need to do or able to do, that you should be able to relearn this knowledge fast with the documentation. And actually, even when I'm doing something with Flexbox, I do open this page and I check it, like, oh yeah, that does that, and that does that, and so on and so forth. So it's totally fine if you need to read these. Even experienced programmers are doing this. So I'm doing web development for 12 years now, and I'm still reading these all the time. Cool. So actually that's what I wanted to achieve today, and you can find the 10 small nuances how it's different to that one. So I'm happy to answer any kind of questions if you have. Shoot with questions regarding Flexbox, regarding the code, regarding the universe and everything. The shadow. Let's check the box shadow then. Box shadow. You spelled wrong, make many friends. More friends, yes. How the box shadow is working. I don't want to use that. Let's check this one. Box shadow is a really nice feature. You're just able to say, for example, let's put a box shadow on each of these features. You just say box shadow, and then you are able to specify 3 numbers and a color. Let's try these. I will say 10 pixel, 10 pixel, 5 pixel, and red. It's gonna be ugly. Let's have a more, I don't know, a gray shadow. So the first 2 numbers are the positions. So this is the vertical position, and this is the position of no, that was the horizontal position and this is the vertical position, and the last is so-called the spread. If it's 0 pixels, as you can see, it's sharp. And by pixel, you're able to specify how much spread it should have. And if it's a big number, then it's really a blurry background. So this is how you specify a nice let's have it, and with a smaller, maybe a bit bigger, 10 pixels. Yeah, that looks good. Actually not that good, but never mind. And we can add this to our question mark as well. And we have it there as well. Awesome. Where the videos will be linked to watch? I think on the main page, but please answer, helper mentors share the link of it. How to add, for example, 2 pixels to parent size of the phone? I don't really know what you mean by that. How do we upload and then use our own images? We will learn about that next week. Shadow on the wall, Michael Field. I like Michael Field, nice. Is it all for today? Yes, that's what I wanted to teach you today. So now it's question time. How can we center in the second row item? For that, we only able to, so this is a single flexbox with all of these items. So we only able to specify for all of them. So if I say center, then it's centering all of them. So you are unable to just say to the second row. If you need that, then you have to have multiple rows of flexboxes. I don't remember. I always forget these. That was space between. Space between. Okay. How to add a link for the question mark? For that, you would need to change this. Now it's a div, but if you are able to change it to not a Q but rather an A element, then if you say it has an href that it links to somewhere, then it's gonna link to somewhere. So you are able to say this links to there. Many people are saying something. Somebody's asking why Toyash is my nickname. My Tomasz is my real name, and I was unable to say my real name when I was a little child, and I said Toyash instead, and the friends of my sister started to call me that. Why Java is so popular nowadays? Why not the Python? Seems to be more easy. It's a really long and complicated answer. I could say it's really just like fashion. So like many different tools are good for many different reasons. It's not like Java is more popular. Java is more popular in different fields. Like big companies are more using Java for server development, but for example, in the academic realm and even big data realm, Python is more popular. So it's like really, it's different tools are good for different reasons, and different companies would prefer different tools, and also they're kind of like a fashion trend. Like right now, this is more trendy for that than that. Do flexboxes render display differently on different monitor resolutions? that's why it's called flex boxes, because these are flexible to the size of the container. So if the size of the container changes on different sizes of monitors, then definitely it's gonna render differently. Knowing that you know right now, how would you advise yourself from 2008 to create GreenFox? Would you advise yourself? Yeah, maybe. In 2008, I was in second grade in university. I think I wanted to be a sound engineer back then, so maybe I wouldn't listen to myself, but definitely. Actually, I learned programming well when I started my first job. Which programming language is the easiest? I think Python is really easy at the beginning, but if you would like to get something done easily, I would totally advise to do JavaScript, because you can create something that is really useful in a really short period of time. Is it easy to apply for jobs abroad with the full stack course? It's really up to you, up to the jobs, up to the present situation. Why there is an underline on a question mark? I don't know. Oh, because it's a link and it just underlined it. We can get rid of that because now it's a link, so we can say text decoration none. We just get rid of it. How nice. Could we size the container relative for the screen as well? For example, percentage? Yes. So for example, we could say rather than 600 pixels, we can say 80% of the whole screen. But let's get back to 600. You somehow skipped my question, so try it again. Can Flexbox container have more Flexbox container inside? Really nice question. Sorry I skipped it. And yeah, it's a really good question. Yes, and that's how you create big layouts. So for example, if you just open this one, this is a Flexbox. These are next to each other. The whole thing can be a Flexbox. So this whole menu and this title and this whole thing is, and inside that there is a Flexbox for these menu items, and this in this menu these can be Flexboxes, and so on and so forth. So that's how you build a big web application. Can you use Flex for the text like age 1 to 6 or P? Yes, you can. I mean, is it popular by the previous groups if that they're going abroad instantly? Not really. So some people, yes, but I wouldn't say that's the majority. That's a minority who does that. But it's not because of opportunity, I guess, but rather than if people want to leave the country. But I wouldn't say, so to get job opportunities abroad, it's already a hard task. So it's like taking double hards. What is the purpose of the human existence? I do have an answer for that, but I'm not going to share it now. Some people say it's 42. No, it's an answer for a different question. Does Java belong to the front end or the back end? Front end is only JavaScript. So the language of the browser is JavaScript. You can use other languages to compile to JavaScript, but it's really an advanced topic. But basically, front end is always JavaScript. And JavaScript and Java is not the same. These are totally different languages. Do you have any news already about the governance support for the courses? Great question. We don't yet. So we still talking with the government all the time. As soon as we know something, you will know something. Some people are underlining that it's 42. No, 42 is the answer for the big question, not for the human existence. Okay, so you made the link for the question mark and it works when I click it, but the underline under that, how do you make that disappear? We made it disappear this way to add the text decoration none. Oh. Why do you opted to go for this stay home code camp? What do you mean by that? So Flexbox is the most capable function to make responsive websites? No. CSS Grid is. That's the most advanced thing to place things in this 2D. But that's a more advanced topic. Who's better, samurai? Who's better, a samurai or a ninja? It's a really nice question. I totally think samurais are better. Go samurais. Sorry about it. No, 42 is not the meaning of life. 42 is the question. It's an answer for the big question. It's an answer, so we need to go into details. Answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. So 42 is the answer for the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. It's not the meaning of the life. Is it easier to learn Java if I know JavaScript? It's easier to learn any other language if you already learn a language. So first learn a language, then start to learn any other. Did not see that coming. Yeah, me neither. Some crazy things are happening. What is the reason why you recommend Flexbox instead 33 width? Because it's more flexible. If these are changing widths, because if more text or anything like that, then you're able to act on it. And also without Flexbox, you wouldn't be able to say like this stretch feature when all of these are the same height. That was a fun class. Thank you as well. Just to be clear, 42 is the answer for the life, universe, and everything. Yes, you have read the book. Good one. From which end do you peel the bananas? I like to grab the small thingy and have a whip motion like this, and it opens it. It's really nice. Try it. When people are using coding After Effects and get some things done, what's the programming language for that? I have no clue. Sorry about it. Why are you teaching Java on web development? What kind of server-side language are you planning to teach on the other course? It's up to that course. We always figure the language based on the needs of the partner companies. So it can be Java, it can be C#, even it can be backend JavaScript. It's really up to that current class, so, and I cannot say what's going to be the language. Isn't the meaning of life and just a parent? I like that. Do you have a backend just for fun? Or do you practice some martial arts? Yes, I practice Kendo and Iaido, both. Is it any chance to help us as a mentor tomorrow? We are a bit alone on workshop days. We do know that you are alone on workshop days, but you are more than 600 people and we don't have the capability to help you. Usually in our courses, we have a mentor for every 10 people. We would need to have at least 60 mentors. Now full time we have a bit more than, so somewhere between 10 and 20 mentors, and they are already teaching on classes. So sorry, but we don't have the resources for free to help you as mentors. Why don't you recommend Dreamweaver? Because Dreamweaver was a really nice tool back in the days. I did use when I was in high school. It was a nice tool it was kind of the tool for somebody who didn't knew HTML to create websites. And now I think there are way more better tools for these. And for somebody who knows HTML, there are better tools to write code. More flexible tools than Dreamweaver. But I'm not really against Dreamweaver, I just don't advise it. But if you like it, it's your choosing. What's the difference between Java and JavaScript? These are totally different languages. They only have similar names because of marketing purposes. When they figured we should have JavaScript, the Java was the most popular language, and they thought it would be nice to have the same name. Do you like eggs? Yes, I do, but I don't eat them. If I would like to learn C embedded and be on the next campus, will be my opportunity. I cannot promise that. It's really up to the needs of the partner companies. If we see there is a need for embedded developers on the market, we definitely start a course. If there isn't, then we're not gonna be. How to make clickable all the circle, not just the question mark? No, the whole circle is clickable. Yes, I'm vegan. Or at least I try or something like that. Where can you search unnamed colors? Oh, yeah, so you can have color pickers. Color picker. For example, you just in Google, you are able to pick colors and it will say you the exact code. Have you got shorter courses? We don't shorter our courses because it's a course for creating opportunity for for you to change careers, and we don't think that you're able to do that on a shorter period of time. But we have courses, part-time courses that you are able to do next to your full-time job. Martin, I'm so happy. And also Susan, I'm so happy. And I know this is hard. And I know in many of the cases, if you haven't used any of these or the whole realm is new, then it's hard. The only ways to proceed is not just to watch these videos and watch these fields, like watch these lectures. The best way to proceed is to try it. So the main work is yesterday and actually tomorrow when you write code and try all of these. And the more you write code, the better. then thank you. It was really, really nice to teach you. I really liked your questions. And yeah, I also hope to see you soon, and have a great class. And and yeah, practice tomorrow and practice all the time. That's the best way to learn programming, to do stuff. See you guys.